What?
What? Why do you wear such funny clothes?
What brings you here?
You have the look of a hunter, Estremor. The one's weapons may protect the man who seeks out misfortune, but my supplies will help you to survive out in the wilds. Oh shit, so expensive. Give me your money. Broke. That's a lot of spiders.
Hey.
Estremor.
An old elven woman, clothed in thick robes, beckons you as to approach. Welcome, foreigner, welcome. Her forearms, splotched by green and blue stains, wiggle out of her hanging sleeves like caterpillars out of ripe fruits. I've got what you seek, always come, see. Between bows and smiles, she points to a little girl beside the herbalist's store. We're here to help you, foreigner. Yes, we are. The Fisher Crane tribe serves your people. You nuance potions, tinctures. She makes a sprawling gesture at a collection of pots, bottles, and herbs that lie behind her. If you seek it, I have it, always. First foreigner, of course. Well, we go to a rogue, a priest, opinion. Can't enchant that thing, huh?
Hail, Estremor.
Builder's wisdom to you.
This thick-framed woman smiles behind broadly as you approach. Ah, I see that you heard it. A good blade has a voice, and it sings to its wielder. What weapon called you forward? Tell me about your craft. My weapons speak for themselves, and every man and woman in this market knows my worth. Even that Tamra. I bear the knowledge my father held and his mother before him. Take up one of my blades, and you hold a weapon 5 generations in the making. Durin snorts. They say I should not waste such fine weapons on Estrawan. I say a good weapon lying on a rack is the true waste.
Estremor. Estremor.
Let's go to the Passage of the Six. Follow the fence to the east there, you will find a way to the Celestial Sapling. Go to the Celestial Sapling first. You'll pay that witch Sheol, fuming with anger and pacing in tiny circles. The valiant merchant aims his wild rant at you as you approach. You dare. Have you come here to trade with the savages? Learn from my example and take your business elsewhere. Widow accents his every sentence. Liars, cheats, swindlers. That duplicitous itch Alhari he claimed to be selling Alarde Gola flower buds, but all I have now is 6 bushels of common house plants. The herbs are useless. He throws a handful of dried plants to the ground, stomping on the brittle stems and leaves, kicking up pungent, savory scents. I'll get my money back from that swindling savage. What is Erdogola? What do you intend to do about this? When I get my hands on, Renato halts his sentence, his eyes darting about at the nearby Glenfathan cards. I'm in the savage's home court, so it's my word against hers. Where does that leave me? I'd be a fool to threaten her here on tribal soil. He sighs, pressing on his temples. I cannot sell this worthless herb to recover my coin, and I am powerless to confront Alari. I don't suppose he looks at you sizing you up. If you were willing to mediate, perhaps you could succeed where I failed. I would, of course, pay you handsomely for your troubles. I will see what I can do.
Hello.
All right then.
Hey,
Lots of rangers here. Have a moment, I would like a word with you.
Hail, traveler.
A slender woman in dusty leathers locks eyes with you. It's good to see someone from more civilized lands around here. Her unkempt hair sprouts in wavy black tufts. Despite the fine features that sculpt her face, a cleft chin completes her boyish appearance. I am learning firsthand that many shortcomings of Glenfathan hospitality. Her gloved hands come to rest on the pommel of a long estoc pinched low on her hip. I can almost forgive the hostility towards outsiders, but the temperate taverns and these watered-down drinks inexcusable. I hope I don't seem too forward, but I need to help my friends and you look like the right person for the job. A sly smile carves a dimple on her face, which is to say you're not Glenfathan, making you the closest thing I've got to an ally in this paranoid land. She gives you a coquettish sideways glance. And allies, well, they help each other, do they not? Who are you? The woman pats the dust off her leggings and gives you an exaggerated curtsy. Where did I leave my ambassadorial manners? She flashes a mocking smile. I am Sinwith. Pleasure to meet. She lifts an eyebrow with a blushing smirk. For the time being, though, I'm just another Estramore minding her own business. What help do you need? My friends have drawn some unwanted attention. Gwyneth looks to both sides, scanning for uninvited listeners. Glenfathan scouts, and not just any mob of local zealots, the Fangs. She pauses to let the name settle in the air. The Fangs are a brutal, relentless bunch, eager to make an example of troublesome outsiders. As for why I need your help, her smile widens as she speaks. I need someone to warn the expedition that trouble is coming, and I need someone ready to fight if it comes to that. She taps her hand on the pommel of her estoc. With any luck, we'll reach my friends before the Fangs do, but if not, the Fangs have a reputation to uphold, so this might require spilling blood. What did your friends do to draw the attention of the Fangs? Just setting foot in Glenfath is a good way to offend the tribes. I don't know how they picked up our trail. I suspect one of our newer scouts didn't cover his tracks well enough. When I spotted the Fangs, they were retracing a path the expedition had taken days before. Why aren't you with the rest of your friends? Why not warn them yourself? Her posture stiffens at the question. It was my turn to handle fire patrol. I spotted the fangs on my trek back to camp. I knew that rejoining the main group would risk leading the enemy right back to the expedition. I know the woods and I know how to stay quiet, but I didn't want to stake my friends' lives on my ability to sneak past expert hunters like the fangs. If they noticed me warning my friends, it would have been overrun. When Neth tilts her head to the side and points to you with a grin. But if they notice me and some reinforcements, like say you, well at least then we can scare them off or put up a good fight. Tell me more about your expedition. I like to think we're on a mission of reclamation. Wentith darts a shrewd smile. It is said that our armies left behind many valuables in their hasty retreat from Glanfath at the end of the War of Black Trees. So the way I see it, we're simply gathering up what our ancestors left behind. I doubt the Glenfethans agree with me on this. She adds a dimpled grin. My expedition sets out from Defiance Bay, heading directly east to cross into Glenfathan lands. I split off once we arrived at the Bale, the natural frontier between our nations. The plan was for me to keep my eyes on the Glenfathans while the main group scoured the target area. For days we eluded them. She walks her fingers over the back of her leather glove, leaving a trail on its dusty surface. But the fangs got wise to our presence.
Hello.
Wentith frowns and blinks at you several times. You'll forgive me if I'm not sympathetic with face painters and their barbaric laws. I'm not pretending that what we're doing is noble. I just don't believe trespassing is a crime that warrants execution. I'll help you warn the expedition. Wentith smiles with an overt display of dimples. Excellent. I knew I could count on you. She leans in and whispers, assuming the fangs didn't already get them, my friends should now be at or around the Pilgrim's Trail in the Northfield. The plan was to camp along a trail leading to a temple of Hylia. Find my comrades, warn them that the fangs are coming, and help them clear out of the forest. I'll head out first on my own to see if I can't lead the fangs astray, and buy us some time. She pulls her astuck a few inches out of its scabbard and cracks a smile. If the gods smile on us, we won't have to draw steel. Should it come to that, I'm glad you are on our side.
Well met, friend.
Welcome, welcome. Frightened villager. This man looks up sharply as you approach, eyes going wide. You're the one he's looking for. He sets down his wine. You killed Lord Rydrick. What if I did? No, you don't understand. It didn't work. I'm one of the guards at the keep. Was one of the guards. He killed most of them, the ones you didn't. Bosk, he didn't last very long. Nothing but empty air him. Nice enough to work for, I mean. Much nicer. But that didn't help him when Raedric came back. God's the screaming. His eyes, it was like he was burning inside. He shudders. He says he's come back to lead us, like before. Says he's going to kill you for what you've done. I told him I'd find you, give you his challenge, do it all honorable, that sort of thing. He let me go. And I kept on running, far as my coin let me. He laughs bleakly. Funny, me running into you anyhow. Then perhaps I should seek him out. Yes, sure, he'd love that. He will. Dying hasn't stopped him thinking himself noble, even when he's hurling poor Lendry off the wall. Me, I don't mean to go back there as long as I live. I figure I'll find work here in Twin Elms somewhere, even if I have to guard some hut dwellers' goats or something. Until then, I plan to drink until I don't remember any of what happened. Good luck to you. There's something awful out there howling after your blood. I've learned about this quest, but I didn't expect it to be here.
Hello.
The monk massages his temples, his face buried in his palm. As you approach, he looks up. This room needs a proper door, he mutters. My brothers and I rented this space that we may have some measure of privacy in this foreign land. Perhaps you could find another room here in the inn. I met another monk in robes like your own. He died of his wounds right as I found him. The monk's eyes widen, his fists curl in a crackling barrage of popping joints. Robes like ours, you say? Was he carrying anything? Did he tell you anything? Hand you anything? Please, we've been waiting for another of our order to meet us here, and if you found him... All eyes fall to the floor as the monks begin to whisper chants in unison to their fallen friend. Show him the message. He gave me this missive. Hand me that, the monk exclaims as he snatches the missive from your grasp. Almost immediately, his face turns red. I mean, please, this is of great importance. Breaking the seals, the monk unrolls the handwritten scroll contained within and quickly reads the message, his lips breathlessly mouthing the text. He turns to address his brothers. My brethren, the Arch-Martyr has sent the word. At long last, we now have what we need. Thank you, stranger, the monk says, folding his hands in front of him as he bows deeply. Your honest souls to be applauded. I admit I was surprised when you handed me the message. I expected the seals to be broken. The monk turns red, his face smiling for the first time. I am glad to see common decency and is not yet lost from this world. He reaches into the folds of his robes. Here, your honesty must be rewarded. I got experience. Oh, the shield.
Hey.
Oh,
Hey.
bring the whole party over. Where is this place? Northworld Wilderness. Oh, I have no idea how to go there. I should probably take a rest.
Hello.
Go side for now. Twice split arrows thing. Ritas regular.
Another Estromore. What do you want?
A middle-aged Orlan woman stands at the back of the long house, an expression of irritation on her narrow features. As you approach, she takes a decisive step towards you. Tagani leans in, careful. This woman's young for an elder, and looking to prove herself, I think. I want to visit the other districts of Twin Elms.
There are reasons we don't let you Estromoran roam our sacred city. Reasons I am coming to understand.
Has something happened recently? More than I care to think about.
Looters have grown bolder at the sites of the builders. The people of Defiance Bay set fire to their own city. And every week, the three Tusk Stelgar bring news of more desperate settlers pushing at our borders, trying to escape their plague of Anolfane children.
Are we back? I hope we're back. Suddenly, you feel the presence of someone else in the hall. The Anamanfath continues to glare at you, but something has stepped out of her skin and reaches out to you.
Permitting more strangers the freedom of the city is out of the question right now. Go and be thankful that Anamfath Shimak doesn't sit in the passage of the Six today. He would not be so kind as I.
A vision of an Orlin man appears near Bethwell. He has the same green-brown fur and hazel eyes as she does. Help me reason with them. He points behind you. Turning, you see the ghostly shapes of 5 other Anamfatha. Another Orlin with tawny fur and a scarred face, a frowning dwarf, a black-furred Orlin, and 2 elves. You're angry about something. I hear it in your voice. What is it? Are the outrages I listed for you not enough? Double bruise, and none of it isn't my choosing. The spectral Orlan takes another step from her, setting his foot down with a slow, heavy motion. Tendrils of essence strain between them, and he grimaces and leans forward, as if struggling against the gale. The angry Anamanthoth winces. War. The spectral Orlan's voice is a rasping croak. They're heading for war. They're headed for war. Remind them of Berwick's warning. I see the soul of an old Orlan Anamanthoth with your eyes hovering right next to you. Poet's soul image gasps. Hot threads of essence tug at him, drawing him back into the Anamanthoth. He looks up at you again. I try to tell them. The builder's souls have touched even the Astromoran.
You'd better explain yourself.
The two attending tribesmen look from the Anamanthoth to you, their swords, hands ready, their slitted pupils narrow. The builder's souls have touched even the Astromoran.
There's no way you could have known this saying. Not unless you are a Galuth on Anums, a watcher of souls.
He gasps as the last of Berwick's soul fades back into her. The tribesmen gape at you. Yes, I'm a watcher. She nods. That explains much.
Feralt's warning came before the Broken Stone War. Feralt, my ancestor on my mother's side, was Anamfoth of our tribe then. When the Estromoric farmers defiled the builders' monuments, Feralt urged the other Anamfotha to patience. But louder, angrier voices prevailed. Feralt believed that the invaders could be taught to respect the builders as we do. He also believed the builders' souls had spread to all peoples, and that we should avoid needless conflict with others. More practically, he worried that a violent response would only spur further bloodshed across the generations, and you can see where we are today.
After 2 wars with the Deerwood, his warning is more relevant than ever.
While Feralt's words were shrewd, they were ignored back then. Simply remembering his warning now will not undo the wars and the changes that the years have seen. There is blood on these stones, and that is all anyone remembers now.
An image of a polished Adra cube flashes into your mind. There's writing on the sides, but the image is too faint for you to read it. The Anamanthoth turns away from you and looks at the ground, gnawing a pointed claw. You can't change the past, but your choice now still matters. Choices now. He looks at you sadly. Yes, that is the problem.
Another Estromor came through here a few days ago, and, well, letting him through was a mistake. One I am eager not to repeat. The Guided Compass tribe has a reputation for being too soft with Estromoran. One that will not be improved by my failure to stop this man, who has desecrated our most sacred sites.
That sounds like the man I came here to stop.
I won't repeat a mistake in my haste to correct it. We bar Twin Elms from Estromoran to protect the ancient places that the builders left behind. The builders left this heritage to us to defend, but they alone had access to it. On this much, at least the 6 tribes agree.
You again see the polished Adra cornerstone in your mind. This time, the image is clearer. Each face of the stone is inscribed with a phrase you know by heart. You feel your lips form words. A gift from the builders of civilization to the guardians of their legacy. May the guardians watch the door while the builders keep the key.
These were the words given to the keepers of the stone.
What do they mean? He eyes you carefully. They mean that Froat's words may indeed be true.
Very well. The city is yours to explore. Tell the guard at the gate that you come to see the cornerstone with the blessing of the guided compass. If the gods have truly returned one of the builders to us, find the Delimgon of Ter Everon in Elms Reach. If the gods have sent you here with a purpose, the Delimgon will know.
I have no idea what's going on. In the meantime, I shall be here to assist you. What are the 6 tribes? Glenfallen society is divided into tribes, which are further divided into clans. Each tribe is united by a particular history or way of life, and clans are communities of families that live together. In truth, there are more than 6 tribes, but the 6 largest have traditionally led the others. Each of the 6 has a seat here in the Passage of the 6, where we discuss matters of common interest. You saw, for instance, the debate that occurred before the Broken Stone War. It gives you a hesitant look. The 6 tribes are the Keeper of the Stone, Fisher Crane, 3-Tusked Stelgar, Stone Bramble, Twice Split Arrows, and of course the Guided Compass. guard places his spear between you and the path that leads between the gates. Still, Estromor, the rest of the city is forbidden except by order of one of the Anamfatha. Trespassing in Twin Elms is punishable by death. I come to see the cornerstone with the blessing of the guided compass. The guard scowls and looks at his companion, who nods back. He turns to you again, his knuckles winding around the shaft of his spear. Always too cozy was the Estra Morwen. Go, then, and mind your step around the sacred stones. Alari stands tall and proud, surrounded by Glenfathan warriors that study your every move. I expected Renato to employ someone on his behalf. I am surprised to see that it is you doing his bidding. She tilts her head to the side and blinks slowly. Does the presence of my armed entourage concern you? You were expecting a defenseless shopkeeper, am I right? Alari raises her dye-stained hand just as one of her guards begins to lurch forward. Stillness, she barks at her attendant. Give the Eshamar a chance to speak. We are not dear wooden beasts. Here hospitality reigns. Alari nods to you, holding up an open hand, her palm and fingers covered in blue and green dye. Envoy of the Valiant, speak the message you were sent to deliver. I want to hear your side of the story. The first step of any sensible path, she muses, scratching her chin. Renato did purchase from me several bushels of gola, and for it he paid a high price, but did so willingly, saying it was a bargain right as he handed me his copper. It was after our trade that the violin spit his venom. Alari's voice grows angry. Renato accuses me of trickery, of fraud, claiming I delivered withered likenesses of Elardo Goro and not the genuine root. Such nerve, for in truth he is beyond the help of Larado Gola. She holds a blue dyed finger in the air before curling it down slowly, smiling as she does. Renato's old bow isn't firm enough for a full draw. No amount of Eldo Gola will give him the spear of a young hunter. A fair deal was made, and now Renato objects, angry that his withered family plow is beyond herbal remedies. Oh. She shakes her head, her voice becoming a growl. I have never sold anyone a remedy I knew to be false. If Renato does not silence his slanderous tongue, we will do it for him. What kind of punishment do you have in mind for Renato? Renato has slandered his host, making him no longer a guest. The merchant must vanish from the Twin Elms. She crosses her arms under the sleeves of her robes. But Glenfathom hospitality must be observed always. He is to be given a chance to leave on his feet before he bleeds on his back. Deliver in our name a warning. I can do this later. Tell Renato that if he does not leave, he will be accused of conspiring to pilfer Lingwithan relics from our lands. He won't risk a trial by the Council of Anamfatha. Ellery draws a small wooden cage from the folds of her robe. If he won't listen, tell him that his faulty member will end in a cage, just like this black beetle. Food for our birds. I've heard enough. Goodbye. I will do this quest later. Let's see what I should do next. Well, let's return to Ladrick's hold. As you approach the smiling woman at the side of the road, you are struck with a sense of unease. At this distance, you can see that her skin has a sickly, bleached sheen to it, and her eyes are the glassy milk white of a cadaver. Her expression sits oddly on her face, as if it requires great effort to maintain.
Welcome.
Lord Roderick has been expecting you. The woman smiles a little wider. It is good that you have not refused his challenge. He feared you might prove a coward in the end. I will escort you to him if you wish. What are you? A loyal servant, granted a boon for her good service. Like my lord, I will persist beyond the cycle and walk an eternity upon the earth. Seek answers from him directly if you want them. Yes, take me to him. Come then, he waits for you there. She points up toward the topmost tower of the keep and leads the way over the drawbridge. What tower? Is this the tower? Lord Roderick VII. An armored figure strides forward. In place of its eyes, great flames burn, emanating heat and light. In that orange glow, you can see that the face beneath has succumbed to rot, the cheeks sunken, the lips pulled back over gray gums and decaying teeth, but it is unmistakably Roderick who stands before you.
Look well. See what you have made of me. But see too what great Bereth has permitted. I am returned, mind and soul, so that I might be avenged upon my enemies.
I've come to meet your challenge, Roderick, and I am glad for it. I have sent servants forth to observe your progress. I feared your soft heart might falter, but you have proven your valor in this at least. I have
strangled the life from the usurper Kolsch with my own hands. So fell your champion, your great hope.
He raises a fist in demonstration, clenching rotting fingers. Was that creature to be your thane? A man without resolve, without aim, a leech growing fat upon the veil, senseless to the ravages his vanity inflicted upon his people? Almost sounds as bad as the alternative.
I will not allow my lands to fall into ruin. I will cleanse the scattered god's poison from the blood of my people. I will scour his name from the Deerwood. Bereth has blessed me with its favor, and I will be its sword. There will be no more mercy for the heretic, the thief, the charlatan. All will meet with death.
You'll know justice, Redrick, if I have to kill you 100 times. Do not speak to me of justice. The glowing fires of Redrick's eyes burn white with rage. I decide what is just within my lands. I am Lord of the Vale, and you are but a passing pestilence upon the world. Bum, 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 bum. It's tough. Oh shoot, what's going on? The heck?
All right. Then. All right then.
Stop dominating my people. Oh gosh, I'm going to die.
Ready, Watcher. Ready, Watcher.
That dwarf's taking all she can!
Following your
I knew. Oh.
Hey. Hey.
if thou do not merely mow it. Ixiana. Mow it.
Arthek Worthen Roth!
Hey.
Why am I still in combat?
Of course.
This doesn't make sense.
Yes?
Hey.
Stand.
Immune? Oh, not immune to knockdown, huh? Dang, immune to debuffs, huh?
Ah, like were that. Let's go.
Following your lead.
Hey.
Ready, Watcher.
Hey.
There's many scars. Be right back. Good word is. Yeah, definitely a deer.
All right then.
Welcome. Is it a frog?
What? If doubts and curiosity... What? If doubts and... Huh. I suspect... Tales. Reminders. Something to think upon. Devotions I can wrap my mind around when chanting words becomes tiresome. Chants lose their strength, but carving symbols into the wood with one's finger, blessed by fire.
Durance takes his finger and you watch it trace one of the paths along the wood. The symbol glows slightly, red embers from a fire. As he draws his hand away, it still glows and he stares at it, letting it reflect in his eyes.
I find symbols are a greater source of devotion than words, texts. If there were many texts to be had. Texts remind me of a deer, the perfume of aristocracy.
Olaf yawns. If only he tried of the spoken words so quickly. Durance does not appear to notice.
The war of black trees and this staff I carry are the only hymns and devotions I need. And it's a symbol, one that the faithful and faithless alike understand.
Ashfall's stockpile of guns, explosives, and alchemical fire sounds dangerous. Life is dangerous, you would know more than most, Durance grunts. Flame is always hungry, and if you don't respect it, it kisses will fire your loins like a defiant bay, copper corner, or... Durance closes his eyes for a moment as if thinking back. Some chambers were consumed, some destroyed, but Ashfall remains. Would be good to see it one day if I return. He shrugs. I doubt I shall. Why's that? Durance's eyes open as he glares at you. Because home is a mess of disappointments, that's why. Never make a place your home, Watcher. That's my advice to you. Keep to the road. A home is a curse. It will kill you if you to stay. And the moment your foot exits its door, you'll never again measure up to the cathedral in your head. Durance grunts, his hand tightening on his staff. You notice Adir's been listening. He speaks under his breath. Don't know if the problem is so much a cathedral on his head or as bats in his bell tower. Sure am sad though, that I missed the party they must have thrown soon as he'd left. Now that's a disappointment. Is that why you wonder? I'd expect you to understand, Watcher. You don't seem to value whatever home you are from either, and you are likely a stronger person for it. Though if you ask the why of it, Watcher, the why that one doesn't need a cathedral to uphold the faith or remind one of it, I don't hate it, I don't despise it. I'm not some weeping outcast, cast out fool. I wander because of my faith and to spread it, he grunts, and I have many tens of years to go before Durance's trials. Let me go. And I'll never get there while I'm bantering words with you. And then who's more the fool? The fool who asks or the one who answers? He snorts. I tire of your word play. Let's do something. Can you tell me what some of the symbols on your staff means? Durance glances at you in irritation. He seems about to snap at you, then stops, frowns. He glances at the staff, then turns in his hands, and as he does, there's the hint of embers, symbols glowing on its surface.
You still see them. Not all can. But then again, few have a watcher's gift of sight.
Why are those symbols carved on your staff?
Carved? This staff is a history. Acts leave their mark. Some symbols fall into the ash, others blaze brighter.
What causes one to fade and another to rise?
Memory. Meaning. It's same as the memories in your head, perhaps more trustworthy. Random acts, things done with instinct. They may make lines burning briefly through the wood. Acts devised, planned, that stay with you. Symbols form and tell the story. It's like all memories, except the staff burns it true. When a thought's close, you see it clearer, brighter. Ones you forget, they get buried. But like rings in wood, the etchings remain. Keeps me grounded. Also, it's a solid walking stick.
How is it only watchers can see the symbols? They are energies of the spirit, a channel for one's faith. Sounds it's hard to say. There was a time when they glowed brighter, but now they are an aid in my work. Because the staff markings stand out to a watcher, well, they sometimes identify themselves, he frowns, and sometimes they're blinded to the staff as well. The gift of Margarin, perhaps, to cloak itself from sight when one isn't looking for it. I don't see Margarin's symbol on your staff. Durance frowns. It is there, but marked different. I followed Durance, and in his teachings there's but a single flame, a simpler aspect. His frown deepens, and he taps the edge of the staff. Durance would meditate by focusing on a single flame and attach meaning to it. It was something to center the spirit for what was to come. For what was to come? The flame is intended to symbolize bringing punishment to another, and it is inscribed above the symbol of the one being punished, marking them as always touched by Margaret.
I suspect the answers will see.
Hey.
Have returned. Oh, the guy who was here is missing. I need a map. sits on the throne now? I wonder. Nobody, huh? This loot. I am disappointed. Back in Gilded Vale.
Hey.
Her gut gapes at you. You're the one who murdered Lord Raedric on behalf of that cretinous traitor, he sniffs. I'm sure you understand your request for housing and land is completely out of my hands now. Oh. Then. Where will I go now? This Moa man is of an impressive build, towering above the countertop. His skin is the dusky blue of the deeper oceans, and his thick arm boasts corded muscle. Small ears frame a square-jawed face coated in smeared soot and arcing black tattoos alike. He offers you a broad smile as you approach. Welcome, you're the first new face I've seen in quite some time. What can I do for you? What do you have here? You come to us at a strange time, I'm afraid. The stock's not what it used to be, but we find weapons and armor to offer yet. All forged right here at the Black Hammer. What happened? We just don't have the supplies. Been expecting the next delivery for near on a week now, and haven't seen a sign of it. Have to expect they were hit by bandits. The road out east is crawling with them. Or my workers ran off with the wagon themselves, maybe to make some coin. Tanu snorts, as if that lot would dare. He's right about the bandits. The dire situations in villages like this and the exodus to the cities has created far too many opportunities for unscrupulous sorts. Tanu scratches his jaw, thinking, if you happen to be headed that way, maybe you could keep an eye out for a supply wagon, or my shipment at least. They'd be cutting through the Black Meadow, I expect. Only good road for it. As it is, most of our supplies been sent to Redrick's hold, and I don't imagine I'll be getting it back anytime soon, even with him gone. It doesn't leave much for outsiders. We just don't have the iron anymore. Hand over the crate. I think I already found your shipment. Watano reaches out to take the crate, raising it effortlessly onto the counter. His face splits in a broad smile. Why, so you have. This is excellent news. We can finally get back to work and show you real Black Hammer quality. None of these flimsy little swords. Here, I'll give you a taste. He ducks behind the counter and rises with a heavy wooden shield in hand. Might not have had much in the way of materials to work with, but it's still Black Hammer craftsmanship. You go on and take that. And here, some coin for your troubles too. His pleased expression dims. Did you find anyone with the wagon? Bandits overtook the wagon. I doubt your people survived. Watano shakes his head, running a hand over his bald pat. Poor fools. Always told them they ought to hire some guards. Instead of palming the extra coin, he sighs. I'll have to hire on more hands. Don't suppose you want to settle in Gilded Vale. Try some delivery work? He smiles thinly. You have my thanks for your assistance, friend. Give me some time to work the forge. You'll have your pick of the next run of weapons. Nice.
I must say, I'm impressed.
At last, I'm glad you're here, my lord. My name is Solmar. I have a matter of some importance to discuss if you have the time. Very well, let's hear it. You gesture for your allies to join you and take your place upon your throne. I'll cut to the meat of it. I have a dozen Orlan slaves in port at Yarara. Good healthy stock that will fetch a fine price in Ixamiddle if I can get a ship up the coast. That's the tricky part. I haven't got the coin to stock a ship for the whole journey, not without docking at a Deerwood port along the way and running the risk of having my goods seized. Really, these Deerwood laws are completely impracticable for any honest merchant traveling outside of Defiance Bay. I hoped you could be of some assistance. You're not originally from the Deerwood, I hear, so surely you understand. I'd like a moment to discuss this with my people. Of course, of course. Somar inclines his head politely and steps out of earshot. Kirabis, yes, I want you to head down to Kirara and see if you can free these slaves. I would love to. It gives me something to do with my hands while I plot this man's painful death. Motion for your guest to return. Have you come to a decision? I need some time to look into the matter. Return to Kirara. I will send word. Of course, I appreciate you taking the time. I will await your letter. Pleased, Somar bows slightly and turns to stride from the hall. I don't know what to choose. I really don't know what to choose between twin arrows and your companion. Your companion seems the better choice. No, twin arrows.
Hey. I must say, I'm impressed.
Complete in 8 hours.
Hey.
If it makes you rest.
Well met, friend.
Deep lines are carved around her frown. Only Whale understands what madness possesses Kith. We're lucky those fools didn't burn this entire place down. I found the scroll, but Whale asked me to hide it again. He gives you a long, stern look. I'd call anyone else a liar with a story like that, but coming from you, she squints behind her thick spectacles. There is a certain logic after all, and if you've served well, then you've served me too. She presents you with a folded section of fabric. Whale is both a keeper and a discoverer of secrets. May this hood aid you in revealing what is obscured and keep you hidden from those who wish you harm. You find a key in your palm. You are also free to visit the Elder Archives and take whatever books or scrolls you find in the open. Spreading and circulating new mysteries is part of our service to the obscured. Farewell. No entry into the archives without Grimdust's permission. All this is stealing.
Oh.
A very old book that carries the dust of centuries. The pages are as fine and thin as onion skin and covered with obscure diagrams and notes on animancy.
Hey. Of course.
Whoa. That's a lot of... The heck? How am I supposed to win this?
Thing is doing the job.
Yes.
Hey. Of course. Hey.
Hail, traveler.
It's nice to see you and all, but I really need to focus on my studies. You'll never believe what I found. You, Lady of Lament. You really found it. Madeline cradles the musty tome like a newborn. I can't believe it. It really exists. He looks back to you. Thank you so much. This will be invaluable. She almost turns to the book, but at the last moment, she remembers it herself and gives you a bag of coin. I was glad to help. Anything else? I'll leave you alone.
If doubts and curiosity...
Hey.
One day, 19 hours. I'm going to do something I should have done a long time ago.
Well met, friend.
The guard glances into the street behind you. Just you, eh? Can't be too careful these days.
Gods keep you.
What business... Wait. What business do you have with it, though, Manels? I'm just here to loot the place and kill anyone in my way.
That's the...
Of course.
I'll see what I can do. The work of a moment.
Brave thou Philo-
Oh, where did this guy come from?
And what does the flame reveal?
All right then. I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment.
Laying low.
Hey.
Hello? Hello? Brave.
Hey.
Hello? Hello? Brave.
Oh, what the heck? It's an ambush.
All right then.
Keeping quiet.
I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment. Hey, you're not getting through me. Hey. Hey.
Nice and slow.
Hey. Of course. Hey.
I shall be discreet.
Brave.
What did I fail? The changing of the guard? Where's this quest?
Hey. I wonder what this is. I'll have it in no time. I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment. Hey.
Brave thou.
Hey. Hi?
Following your lead.
Hey.
Nice and quiet.
I'll see what I can do. The work of a moment.
Why do I keep failing these quests? Or tasks?
Hey.
Don't see these tasks anywhere. Confused.
All right then. Hey.
Hail, Estremor.
The northern woman stares at the sky with an air of deep contemplation. He occasionally puffs from a wooden pipe, blowing smoke into perfect rings. What stands before me? She wipes her lips with the back of her hand, her teeth uneven and pointy, stained red. I do not see Estremorwen often. She picks the remains of the of an oak root stuck in her gums, and believe me, I see many things. Perhaps you want to see them too, yes? He gestures behind her at an assortment of plants, roots, and piles lying on the rug. Let me see what you have for trade. I present these happily. Oh, you're the thanks hunter.
Hey.
What brings you here?
Are you the resident entertainer? You want to eat the songbirds? I don't think it works that way. I'll leave you to it.
Many blessings, traveler.
Let's
Hey.
come back later.
Hey. Of course.
That was scary.
The figurine. It's glowing.
Oh. Oh, Wolf died. Boar. Young boar. How cute. When Beth hides in the tall underbrush, twigs poke out of her hair, chunks of dried mud cling waist high to her leather leggings. Quiet, keep low. Take a look. She points up to the ridge. My friends are up there, over the lip of the hill. There were signs of the battle at the camp. Gwyneth nods, her lower lip brushed over beneath her teeth. I wasn't fast enough. Oxford and fangs. Margaret burned them all. What's going on? The fangs must have caught the scent and rushed the group. She begins to run her gloved fingers over her hair and stops. The pressure snaps one of the twigs stuck on her black curls. Some of my friends are still alive, but the fangs have them surrounded. The expedition, Swyneth brings her hand back to the pommel of her estoc, or what remains of it, has taken cover in some ruins above these cliffs. The fangs must be toying with them, or letting them starve a bit before the next attack. We need to act or they're as good as dead. How did the fangs get here? Gwyneth looks down to her feet, shaking her head slowly. I cut a decoy path, set false campfires, and dusted over every footprint I could find. It didn't slow them much. I'll see what I can do. Gwyneth nods. Maybe you can find a way around the fangs. There's got to be another way up to that ridge. She wipes away the sweat from her brow, her glove leaving behind a sturdy smudge. You aren't dressed like my men. Perhaps you could try talking to the fangs. They might not think you're with us. She grabs your hand, squeezing it. Please help. I already have enough friends to bury. Gwyneth releases your hand and crouches down into the vegetation, blending back into the bush.
Yeah.
Hey.
Estramore.
An elven woman stands beside a stag, letting the great beast on its neck. As you approach, the animal jerks its head in your direction and rears up. Stillness, the woman orders the stag, pulling on the skin of the stag's neck until it ceases to buck. Easy now, no need to fight yet. She turns to face you. One ear is missing its top half, and many battle scars raise her otherwise smooth skin. More foreigners, more unclean feet trampling on our lands, more blood to feed the trees. She shakes her head. You should not be here, Estramore. Her hand moves to one of several blades strapped to her hips. If you are here in our lands, it is either to steal from us or to aid those who could. She gestures to the north, at the ruins of Engwithan buildings. Protruding from the underbush, dear wooden mercenaries, looters. Can you hear their panicked whispers? Leave this place at once, or we will kill you when we finish with these Estromoran. I'm a friend of Earl Glanfa. She holds her gaze on you. The great stag stomps its front hooves on the ground and turns to its master. You speak the truth, foreigner? If you are indeed a friend, you would respect our lands and not defile our sacred soil with your trespass. The woman clenches her jaw, its muscles quiver under the pressure until suddenly calm returns to her expression. If you have no bonds of kin or kith with the looters, I will give you a chance to prove it. She draws one of her swords and with a swift arcing motion points to the ruins beyond. The invaders must be purged from our lands. Prove your worth, and we will believe your words. Tell me about these mercenaries. Raiders, looters, same as all the other deer wooden thieves that pillage our lands. The woman touches the oblique stub where half of her ear used to be. We tracked the deer woodens from their first step beyond the great river and waited for them to err. They always do. We claimed half their pack in our first assault. The cowards that ran now huddle to the north. When the wind turns, you will smell their fear. If they surrender, will you let them live? Oh. I screwed up. Darn.
The figurine. It's glowing.
Of course. Keeping an eye out. Where are you going? I'm useless.
Let's go.
Large.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's have it out. This isn't.
Hey.
Oh yikes.
Those wounds. They look like they came from a Stelgar's claws.
Beneath the raging waterfall, the corpse of an elven Glenfathan hunter lies shattered against the rocks. Broken bones protrude through its skin, but you also notice deep parallel cuts in the rotting flesh. The slashes trace almost every part of the body, as if it had been ravaged by a dozen blades. This man probably died before his fall from the cliffs above. You touch the dead elf's forehead, droplets of water glistening down its purple surface, and feel a sudden jolt from the hunter's lingering essence. The world around you fades away. You're walking among the underbrush without making a sound. Moonlight catches sight of your arms, turning them pale, but you quickly start again into the shadows of the giant trees of the northward. Your blood brother is not so deft as you expected. Look at him, frail, unaware. He doesn't deserve to share the glory of this hunt. It's been countless seasons since a stale girl like this one, twice the size of its lesser kin, has roamed the forests near the twin elms. Arthwinds fell for the trick. You almost feel pity for him, but you've convinced yourself that he'd only get in the way once the killing begins. You'll be safer by the river, expecting that we'll flank the stale girl when it comes out to drink, but this kill will be only yours. The stale gear is larger than you imagined. It stands without fear atop the waterfall's ridge, its silhouette cutting a monstrous hole against the mantle of the night sky, a beast of legend, a true hunter. Your hand tightens around the shaft of your father's spear. The weight feels balanced just right as you prepare to throw. You put everything into it. The spear flies true and hits its mark. The stagger didn't even hear a sound. Its blood spills bright on the rocks, yet it stands unfazed. The beast pounces. Moonlight shines over its great fangs. Your hands draw your blades without a second thought as you lunge forward to meet this monster. It's fast. It's ripping your flesh apart. You stab at the darkness engulfing you deep, again and again, whereas there is no slowing its embrace. What the heck just happened?
Of course.
We can't stay down here. Someone must go to the nest eventually.
Two wood elves, a man and a woman, wear colorful robes embroidered with a matching emblem, a winged egg. Apart from their clothing, they couldn't be more different. He folds her arms and continually scowls at the broken walls around him. He, on the other hand, mutters prayers, his shade-dappled face as tranquil as a cloudless sky.
Just how are we supposed to worship the Sky Mother from among the weeds, This is a disgrace.
Calm yourself. We should be grateful that she protected us from the winged terror. Besides, even here we have a visitor.
This is the Temple of Hylia.
You hear this, Wag?
Relax, Anuin. I'm sure he meant nothing by it. Forgive my consort. She's been rather excitable of late. This is not, as you seem to recognize, our actual temple. It's merely a shrine we've set up after the business with Dragon.
Excitable? Of course I'm excitable. I'm livid, and you should be too, Cosfath. There's a dragon in our goddess's sanctuary. If you listened to me in the first place, we could have called on the Fangs and sent them after the beast. But no, you advised caution. Now word spread that the dragon ate a few of our followers, and anyone willing to slay it wants an Anumfoth's ransom for the job.
I told you a larger party wouldn't stand a chance. By the time the first half reached the top of the mountain, the second half would still be stuck in the pass. They'd be burned alive. Contrary to Anuin's suggestion, I am in favor of sending someone to kill the dragon. But I suggest a smaller party, and one willing to seek Helia's blessing.
I could go after this dragon.
You could.
What she means is that this is no mere drake, but a fully grown dragon, and one that has willingly moved into a populated area. You'll want every advantage at your disposal, including the blessing of the Sky Mother herself. I would suggest that you petition her directly at Ter Evron, if you haven't already.
He points to a path on her right leading north up a slope. You'd want to follow this path here. You'll pass through the north road, but the way up the mountain continues from there. It's near one of those big circles laid by the builders.
Why, she's the goddess of song, art, the sky, and maternity. She's gentle and brilliant, speaking to her followers in dreams, inspiration, and birdsong. It is said that she wears a cloak adorned with a feather from every bird known to kith or wilder, and that she manifests in the flocks themselves.
Aye, and in the screams of childbearing, which I can assure you is not so beauteous a thing.
And this is true, which is why midwives are widely considered clergy of Helia, as are many artists and poets. In any case, those of us who follow her feel closest to her splendor in a place where we might share light, song, and a view of the blessed sky.
The chill of Rimergon's oblivion. The mindless beast, easily brought to heel by the fire. I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet.
Hey.
What am I supposed to do here in Twin Elms? Oh, you're that corpse's brother.
Hey,
Come to treat with the three-tusked Stelgar.
tread carefully, Estremor.
A grizzled old elf, his hair braided and dyed, stands at one end of the hall. His arms and chest are cross-hatched with the pale seam of scars. His crooked smile looks like another. It's not many Estremoran who are permitted into our sacred city. Bethwell must be feeling especially soft today. Adair pays no mind attention to the elf, and instead has locked eyes with the Stilgar in front of him. He whispers to you, "Do you think he'd mind if I pet his Stilgar?" Sugani lowers her head. Remember how well that worked out last time? Come to hear your future at Erwin? This smile widens, exposing a row of yellow crooked teeth. Or to make your own at Blood Sands. What's Blood Sands? An ancient place of sacrifice. He laces his fingers together. In a cave by the great elms themselves. Rustin and his druids have been an integral part of Glenfathan society for generations. No matter what some of the other tribes might say, Eric Glenfath has held its own against the Estremoran because some of us still understand the power of sacrifice. He gives you an appraising eye. Does the thought makes you uncomfortable? It should. It is what kept our society alive for so long. Simok crosses his arms over his scarred chest. And it's something else? Tell me about the three-tusked Stilgar. The boldest and fiercest of the 6 great tribes of Eir Glanfath. It was we who first defended against the Estral Morwen who came to the shore 200 years ago. He raises his chin. We have always been the border tribe, and it has always fallen to us to hold the line against outsiders and invaders. What do you do here? As Thought of Sritas Stelgar, I guide our tribe in all matters. He looks to the main room of the hut, where others have gathered. I am in Twin Elms to confer with some of the other Fatha about the unoffen, your hollowborn. We only have such births here on occasion, but it has made us more vigilant about our neighbors. One Stegor stretches, flexing its claws. Simuk's eyes narrow. There are some of us who believe your unoffen to be a punishment for the defilement of the builder's sites. Others say it's a plague carried by the Estremoran. A plague of the soul? An interesting concept, but it hasn't spread beyond the boundaries of the Deerwood. You don't seem fond of us, Estromoran. His hunched shoulders straighten. I fought in the Broken Stone War and the War of Black Trees. I saw my brethren cut down defending the places of the builders, and I shed blood alongside Galvin Rigid himself. He coughs. Now, the Estromoran seem to think that they will find a cure for their empty children among our sacred sites, or worse, that they will find sanctuary in our lands. His gaze darkens, and I've seen what happens when they set their sights on Glenfathan soil. From what we've seen, those sacred sites might actually have a cure. They protect those sites because someone told them to. You wish just once they'd have the courage to question it. Have pity, they are only trying to save their children. And when the Estramoran invade us in force and bring their plague here, what of our children? In my 250 years, I led my people through 2 wars. Our borders have remained intact, and largely through the reputation of Sritas Delgar. His voice drops to a growl. I've sired a dozen children, but none have been deemed fit to take my place. I care nothing for the legacies that obsess the Estromoran lords, but it is important that my successor continues this path. If your own children don't succeed you, what happens? Ordinarily, the Rio would turn to others in my tribe, to clan heads and their families. Ordinarily, he levels his gaze, but we share a tradition of fostering the children of other tribes, and the Anamvath of Fisher Crane has trusted his youngest to my care. He grimaces, and as none of my own blood are fit to take my place, the Rio will look next to this bog child, the kin of another Anamath, and my foster's daughter to take my place. I don't see the problem. The Orlins of Fisher Crane have lived in Dayan Bog for 1,000 years. They are cunning and furtive by nature, which serves them well when they have swamplands to hide their movements. He crosses his arms, but this will not deter the Estromoran on open ground. I think you underestimate what a few stealthy archers can do. He points at the warriors gathered near the fire. Our savagery has deterred the Estromoran from further encroachment. They will tell of our deeds in the Broken Stone War, but if a child of Fisher Crane leads our tribe, we will lose that boldness, and the Estromoran will lose their fear of us. The child will be influenced by the souls of her ancestors. In times of crisis, she will look to her kin and Dayan Bog for guidance. No matter what I might try to teach her, it will not be enough. He considers you. There is a way you could help. You have the stomach for it, but I think you have their perspective to see why certain unpleasantness may be necessary. Go on. The Orlin girl has the soul of a leader. If it were passed to one of my own offspring, our tribe would remain strong. A Stelgar at Samuk's side scratches its massive head on the Anamvath's head leg. He remains steady on his feet. The Druids of Blood Sands have a way to do this, and they understand the importance of a strong line of succession for Sritas Stelgar. Adar rubs the bridge of his nose. He rattles his head, as if to clear cobwebs. So all we have to do is steal a baby's soul? What's the catch? He gives you a key. There's a house in southeast Herfsong next to the river. The child will be asleep, and I've arranged for her to be unattended for a time. His voice becomes a quiet rumble. Take her and bring her to Keeper Wardra in Blood Sands. He knows what must be done. When she presents you with the liquid essence, bring it back to me. I won't do this. I do not relish the deed. The 2 centuries of leadership have taught me that all things bear a cost. He nods once. Consider it well, Estromar. I am not above rewarding those who are of service. Goodbye.
Hey.
What the heck? A young man approaches you with a swift and purposeful stride. While you've never met him before, he has the same stern, wild look as Simak. He doesn't speak until he's right next to you. When he does, his voice is quiet. Wait, I saw you speaking with my father. What's this about? He glances back at the room with Simok. He's asked you to sacrifice Vela, hasn't he? He grits his teeth. Maybe he's right about 3 tusks the guard growing weak. But if this is the price of strength, it isn't worth it. Tribes have survived this long because we've stuck together. A voice of reason. It's a wonder Simok didn't feed him to his Stegars. I would never hurt the child. He sighs. You did not seem like one who would, but my father will find someone who will. He doesn't give up on an idea easily, he sighs. But there may be a way to stop him. Oh, thank goodness. He frowns. There's an herbalist among the ovates of the Golden Grove. Leda, that's her name. They all gather sauce east of here, by the river. She could brew a poison. Oh. Assassination. She could brew a poison. Simok wouldn't know the difference until it's too late. There's the family resemblance. You want me to murder your father? No, but it's better than allowing him to murder this child. Why not just return this child to her birth parents? It's complicated. A child sent to be fostered by another tribe isn't allowed to return. Unfortunately, explaining that we're shielding her from my father would make matters much worse for both tribes. He tugs at a thin braid. Fine, I'll poison your father. With another glance at Simok's chamber, he backs toward the door. Like I said, you'll find Bleda in the Golden Grove. Good luck.
Hey.
Estremor.
The elf holds a chipped wooden pipe. The sweet smoke wafting from the bowl makes you dizzy. Welcome, Estremor. I've got herbs and potions for sale. Looking for something to ease your troubles, or something to make them more interesting? When she grins, you see her teeth and gums are stained brown. White leaf. Nice way to spend an afternoon and the following night, and most of the next day. I hear that you can make certain poisons. She takes a deep draw on her pipe. Poisons. I only deal in tonics that heal and enlighten. She exhales a puff of smoke. Of course, many beneficial substances can be harmful when taken in great quantities, but that's just Raratha's way of keeping all things in balance. Really? What kind of substance? Oh shoot, she leans against the wooding tree trunk and ticks the items off on her fingers. Oh, there's plenty. Concentrated Caro Golan undistilled spider venom, rotten blood moss extract, cave coral, mixed with skin and bone. I need a mixture of cave coral and skin and bone. She stops counting and scratches her head. What would you want with something like that? I just thought I'd experiment with it and see what happens. Her eyes brighten. An herbalist yourself, are you? Here, take this. She gives you a vial filled with a dark fluid. This should keep you busy for a while. Only use a little at a time, and see that it doesn't get misplaced. Half that dose would kill an Amoa, slowly perhaps, but surely. I don't want to harm my own reputation.
All right then.
Here's the potion you asked for. This is distilled essence, really. Oh shoot.
Of course.
Builder's wisdom to you.
Oh, whoops, wrong save.
Of course. Hey. Hey. All right then.
Estremont.
What the heck is that?
Hey.
Scared. Scary. I'm going to die. Dazed and terrified, huh? Oh, he's in a frenzy.
How may I
Can't
help?
get a good shot with this.
Wow. Nadier's holding his ground. Oh, that guy's dead.
Following your...
What the heck's going on over there? What's going on?
Sure. Let's go.
Oh, I attacked someone.
How may I help?
Did that deal 109 damage? I can't tell. What the heck's an ethic now?
Of course.
Loyalist looks you in the eye and gives you a slow nod. What the heck? I'm so confused. I'm so bad at this game.
Gordon.
You learn hidden truths from where you thought not the gods. The elf with plated green eyes nods in greeting. Welcome to the Golden Grove, traveler.
Many blessings, traveler.
Do you seek the wisdom of our herbalist, or simply to bask in Renatha's glory, who leads to your order? By Ovid Arana leads us. She sometimes journeys to Elms shore to renew her strength, however. She's there now with some of her closest followers, in fact. Arona is a mighty elm among us. Oh no. I'm sorry. She's lived for generations. There are none who understand the world as well as she, and we are fortunate to have her wisdom to answer our questions.
Many blessings, traveler.
Hail to you, may your time in the Golden Grove be enriching. If you are in need of services, he says, his eyes still closed, speak with Spleda. He will see to your concerns. What can you tell me of the Golden Grove? We are naturalists, philosophers, herbalists, and teachers. The obates of the Golden Grove know that true wisdom comes from the study of the natural order. We endeavor to teach others to explore the world for themselves. Well, I explore this golden celery and keep it for myself. You have
stayed true to our cause, Inquisitor, when so many others have not. For every heretic we confess, for every betrayer that burns on our pyres, new sheep continue to flock to Iavara Ix Incios. But not you. I underestimated you in the beginning, but no longer.
You honor me, Grand Inquisitor.
It is not for honor that I summoned you today, but for duty. Too many of our own have confessed upon the wheel and the rack and the flame. Too many of our faithful have had their minds poisoned by the Kratom witch. The tide is against us now. We have but one option. Iavara's following must see her exposed for what she is. She must confess her heresy before my court.
How would we reach her?
Not in Kratom, surely. Their lord has embraced her heathen faith and protects her with his army. But in Oceanus, things would be different. The king of Oceanus is a sinful man. We have helped him to see the error of his ways, and now he fears for his soul. He would pay any price for absolution.
How would we get Iovara to move to Oceanmos?
You have already done much for the Inquisition. I wouldn't ask this were there any other choice.
Who are you? Two identical women seem to fade into view as they move from the great trees that camouflage them. Their skin is tree bark, rigid and scaly, wreathed in a curly tangle of roots, buds, and blooms. The hair hangs beneath the shade of serrated leaves like the drooping branches of the elms above, and the pupils of their eyes are encircled by hundreds or even thousands of concentric rings, as if to mark the accumulated wisdom of millennia.
Turn around, flesh creature. Outsiders are not permitted to approach the elms.
One of them extends a snarl of roots toward you that snakes and twists together to form something like an open hand palm down.
Do you not feel it, sister? Something familiar. An ancient soul, like the other one. Another defiler, no doubt. Let us fell him and be troubled no more. It would pay the debt of his predecessor.
So it would seem, Rhiannon. But we must not hasten to judgment. I see a different motive here. Different questions in these eyes.
What of it, young trespasser? Is it as my sister says? Or are you here to stain this place with foul deeds?
My business concerns the health of this land, and you would be wise to aid me.
That may be, flesh creature. But I do wonder whether your intentions are quite so noble as that. Are you here for the land, or for you?
He is here for Theos Exarchanon. That much is evident. The answer is yes, old one. We crossed paths with Theos not long ago, and we can tell you where he went. I find it curious that anyone would seek him out. Suspicious, even. If we are to help you find him, we would know why.
Stopping him might end Wademan's legacy.
So that is the reason he passed this way. This is low, even for the Leaden Key.
I told you we should have confronted him, Sheila. He has always been a poison.
It would have been the last thing we ever did, sister. Who can be said to have ever gotten the better of Theos?
Yes, but imagine how much fun it would have been. Can't you just picture him all strung up in vines like an angry little puppet?
But that's not what this is really about, is it? You are bound to that man. I see it now. You are awakened. Your soul is awake and something once buried deep now rose to the surface. Past overwhelms present, closes in around you. Your time has nearly reached its end.
I just need to get to Theos.
I'm sorry to tell you this, but Theos cannot give you what you seek. Nor can any man. An awakening cannot be undone, any more than your past can be undone.
What's she mean? I thought Merriwald said. Olaf's face is rigid. This is permanent? What? Kana glances at you. But that can't be right. Not after everything. There must be someone else we can ask. Pagani's gaze flickers to you. I'm sorry. We did not come down this road together to be refused passage by a pair of talking saplings. So this has all been nothing, and I'm going to lose my mind.
The soul is formless without a past to shape it. Did you truly expect to be able to wipe it away?
I'd rather have tried to put things right. A noble thought, but for the lifetimes that separate you from your problems.
However, as much as my sister speaks truly that there is no way back from an awakening, there may yet be a way forward. Would you agree, Shiva?
I would. Were the way not so likely to end in death.
What is it?
The man Theos you must already know by now. You are linked by a common past. Something about it lingers within you, festering, unresolved. What it is I cannot see any more than you. And without that knowledge, your doom is certain. But were you to learn the source of this discord, perhaps it could be put to rest. Though it is equally possible it will trouble you as much now as it did then, and merely speed your condition to its end.
My past comes to me in pieces. How do I unlock the rest?
You might wait for it to come on its own, of course. But when it comes, it will replace your sanity's last breath. Such is the nature of your condition.
Or you could learn it from someone who already knows.
Theos, would he remember?
It is said the gods made his memory perfect, that he may never forget his charge. If he ever knew, he still does.
Not that he would tell you, of course.
You have followed the right person for the wrong reason, it seems. We see it often beneath the elms. The soul dragging mind and body to unknown places for unfathomable reasons. You may have wandered into Theos's path many times, in many lifetimes, without an awakening to show you why.
The only thing that's certain is you did not find what you sought.
You said you know where he went.
He has gone down beneath the tower to a place older than we, where the people of Engwith once walked. He makes his way to the buried city, Sun and Shadow.
May he stay down there and rot with the remains of his people.
He may yet. He won't be returning the way he came, that much is certain. He opened a secret path in the tower's base, and saw it destroyed behind him through some vile means.
Is there another way to get to him?
We know of one. On the burial isle, through the court of the penitents, Braeth Yaman. A shortcut, in fact.
Don't be cruel, sister. The way my sister speaks of is not for the faint of heart. A great pit at the center of a forgotten court, where faiths were judged in place of crimes. To most, it is simply a gateway to death. With the help of the gods, it can take you where you want to go.
What do you mean with the help of the gods?
The pit is said to have been a means of judgment by the gods. Those cast into it are meant to die. It is that way you must pass to reach Sun and Shadow. The court is old. We do not know much for certain, but it would seem only the gods themselves can grant passage.
What is this court?
No more than a ruin now. It is older than we, a place for the trial of heretics. We were not here to witness it, but at one time there was a group that refused to acknowledge the gods. Neither the first nor the last, of course, but these were numerous and all put on trial for it. Those who did not repent were cast into the pit and imprisoned below. The fall killed them, of course. The prison was not for people but for their souls, and their sentences were eternal. It is said that many of the condemned repented and were permitted by the gods to ascend from the pit, so long as they pledged their service to one of them. But these are old legends.
How would I ever get the gods to help me?
Behind us is Ter Evron, said to pierce the shroud itself and a place of communion with all gods. If ever there was a time for prayer, you have found it.
Who would I pray to? Any god you can, I think.
I would
should
pray
think.
first to those gods you like best. I hope for your sake the feeling is shared.
How do I pray?
Ter Evron is also called the Hall of Stars, and the stars show us the allegiances of the gods. When stars are in conjunction, we know the gods they represent are aligned as well. You should choose a place to pray where you'll be closest to those you want to hear you. If a god stands alone, you should pray to that god. If they band together, you should address them all. Choose your words wisely, for all gods expect proper homage, and none has patience for fools.
Is there no other way?
None.
So the only way to get through this pit is to pray for help?
Not the only way. Just the only one that doesn't end with your body impaled on jagged rocks.
I have other questions.
What do you wish to know?
How did you know I was pursuing Theos?
The same way that you are no doubt able to peer into the ether and experience the souls of others. It is something we are born with, some more, some less. A gift common to many creatures of the wilds. You share certain similarities with the man you pursue. For your sake, I pray they are few and of no consequence.
You mentioned that people come to these elms without knowing why. Soul has a will all its own. Its needs and whims are seldom understood, but they follow them all the same.
There is something about this place that reaches beyond our understanding, something like a beacon. The elms have a way of uniting souls that have been seeking one another, with or without their owner's awareness. Sometimes it is for love, sometimes for vengeance, sometimes for peace. Often it is for no reason we will ever know. In your case, let us hope it is for peace.
Or vengeance.
I want to know about the two of you.
There is little to be said about us, for we are bound here, caretakers and defenders of this place. Our journey has been over time, but not distance, measured in observations, but not experiences. We have seen the elms grow tall. We have seen cities built, burned, and built again. The only constant has been the tower, a silent companion through the ages. You can imagine why this recent destruction has stirred my sister so.
If you do nothing else, make that man pay for what he did here.
I need to know about praying for the support of the gods.
We will tell you what we can.
Farewell.
Before you go, tell me this, old one. I'm curious. If you were to subdue your enemy, what would you do with him? What would give you peace?
I wish to undo the harm he's caused.
You would need to have twice as many lifetimes as he to repair his savage work.
But perhaps there are strides you can make.
All the same, think on this matter. Be assured in your course. In the end, it may mean all the difference, not just to his soul, but to yours. And be warned. Some questions have answers that can never be learned. And it is those that trouble the soul above all others. May you find an answer to yours.
Nice and slow.
Many blessings, traveler.
What do you do here? Like, status expensive.
Nice and quiet.
What the heck is that? Light?
Yes?
Hey.
That's unusual.
Hey.
How do I get out of here?
Hey.
Doesn't seem like there's anything important in here. Never
As
mind.
your blood flows, so shall your essence. Your life's energy shall feed the soil, and your soul's energy shall enrich the community. This is by your own choosing, supplicant?
Yes, the elf's voice is high but even. The dwarf grips a hatchet with both hands and raises it over his head. He throws his shoulders forward and swings the weapon into the elf's chest, connecting with a meaty thump. Blood gushes around the blade, and the sacrifice's screams rends the air. Elf's lips curl with disgust. This is why I preferred the wand to the blade. Despite his earlier agreement, the elf thrashes atop the stone table, his torso arcing while his arms and legs remain tied in place. Meanwhile, the dwarf spreads his arms wide and allows blood to spatter his robes. When the elf is finally silent and still, the dwarf pulls his hatchet from the body and wipes it on his hem. Kana makes a disgusted noise and turns away. I think I preferred these rites when they were only words upon a page. Why did I look? It's not as if I didn't expect it. The dwarf wears crimson robe that are stained and streaked with dark patches. His face is smooth, but lacking youthful elasticity. It's as if the lines and wrinkles have been formed and erased many times over. He watches you with eyes like two black pits as he wipes his hatchet on his robes. Tell Estremor.
No one comes to Blood Sands without a purpose. What is yours? I am the Archdruid of the Ethic Null. For centuries it has been my duty to guide our rituals and guard our knowledge. It is work that requires a certain resilience, but it is not without its benefits.
That was creepy. Oh. Oh my goodness, what is going on?
Magnificent.
Oh, Margaret Halloween. I want to learn more about Halloween. Right back. Wait, what's the difference between Barath and Gallowayne? Oh. These two books talk about Barath. I was wrong. I need to look up what these gods are. I think I'm ready to choose. You stand once more before the shrine of Hyla. The stars of her constellation seems to glitter all the brighter. Wait to Hyla. You step before the shrine and prepare to recite the ritual words. Lift every note of life's song. Your words seem to ring in the air, your voice rendered melodic and lilting by some unseen art. You shut your eyes to pray. As you wait in darkness, the world around you changes. You feel sunlight bright and warm on your face. A light breeze carries music to your ears. As vivid as these sensations feel, you somehow know they are not real. You look around and find yourself standing in an open-air temple built on a mountain summit. It's filled with elves, orlins, and assorted other kith. Ringing the entire scene is a fringe of trees, their verdant branches filled with birds of all different colors, shapes, and sizes. You're in Spitz, a paradise for those who would waste their lives exploring the meaningless while corrupting the meaning of the real world, all to set these trees ablaze, Watcher. Everyone is singularly absorbed in a particular pursuit, and Orland sits with a canvas, a paintbrush in his hands, and jars of green, blue, and yellow pigments at his feet. An elf and an Omala standing to the side are locked in conversation, their expressions dancing with delight. Still others scribble stanzas of poetry or crude sketches on sheets of paper, losing themselves in the delicate minutiae of lines and syllables. You feel the breeze again, and two elves basking in the sunlight shiver. Look at this place, all these people coming together to share their creations, and Anna frowns. What on earth is that painting supposed to be? The largest group gathers in the middle of the temple. They sing a lush, chaotic harmony composed of several complementary melodies. Others drift toward the singers in ones and twos as if buffeted by a gust of wind or a phrase of the song. A ripple passes through the trees. You think it's the wind, but the chirping changes to screeching. Hundreds of birds take to the skies, all headed in one direction away. Granny raises her bow. Something must be coming. The devotees glance at the trees. They're barely distracted from their activities, but the winds pick up, scattering their pages of poetry and art and ripping the songs from their lips. They look skyward, and you follow their gaze. A dark shape blots out the sun. You can't tell what it is, but as it unfolds and expands, it seems to fill the sky. The wind roars over the summit. That explains the birds. Before you can flee, a shadow falls over the temple. It begins as a stain in the corner and spreads, blotting out the flagstones. It reaches the nearest kith, a black-furred Orland. The darkness swallows her, leaving only a puff of smoke in her place. The two elves that you saw earlier, a man and a woman, flee. You get a brief image of them huddled in the shadow of a mountain. They seem to see you too, and they reach out, calling silently after you. The others, however, seem frozen. As the shadow advances, they likewise vanish one by one. A driving gale scatters their ashes and the charred remains of their creations. You look up again at the source of the shadow, but the eclipsed sun forms a blinding corona around the thing. You can't make out any details. You can, however, feel heat. Restore my temple. You look down and find yourself standing next to Hylia's shrine in Ter Evron. Your pulse still races and your skin is damp with sweat from your strange encounter.
What? If doubts and curiosity...
Hey.
Guess we head north. Completes in 14 hours. Huh?
What do you suppose that bally thing is?
The figurine. It's glowing.
If those Delamgon are right, you and I are stuck with our awakenings. Not quite the news I was hoping for.
Worrying won't change anything.
Yes, if only that knowledge could prevent it. And while I hate to turn the subject back to myself, this all has me thinking about Isilmir. I'm stuck with her now.
He's not that bad.
Overstarched tunics, burnt toast, Rawatai sherry, those are not that bad. But having a stranger pop in and out of your head at will, it's unpleasant, I assure you.
Besides, and on the bright side, I've got plenty of time to figure out how to deal with her. Like it or not, she's part of you, and she could be a source of strength if you learn to work with her.
It's strange. I've lived with her most of my life, and I've always seen her as an adversary. It should have occurred to me the day she stood up to my father. But there's something about being too close to a situation to see it clearly. It will be a relief to stop fighting her.
Even as he says it, something struggles within him. The muscles in his face twitch and his skin quivers. His eyes roll back in his skull, exposing silvers of white, sweat beads and glistens on his forehead. After several seconds, he sighs and looks back at you. That wasn't as difficult as I expected. I think deep down, I've always hoped to find a solution elsewhere. When I was a child, I always thought my mother would come home with a mysterious cure, or that my father, without knowing it, would somehow send her away just as he'd called her forth. I can't pretend that I didn't spend years of my arcane training hoping that one of my instructors would have the answers somewhere in his grimoire. When I joined the Leaden Key, I hoped and believed that with enough loyal service, I'd gained the ear of someone in the organization who would help me. Even when I met you and realized your unique talents, I hoped that you might be able to reach into my soul the way I've seen you do with so many others. I'd been looking for someone else to solve my problem, and now I realize that I've got to face it on my own. I've been with you the whole way, I still am.
That means a great deal to me. Truly, that reminds me of something else the Delamgon said. About the gods not being real.
Oh, did they say that? I must have missed that. He says quietly, as if afraid someone might overhear him. They did tell us to pray to the gods, so that can't be entirely true.
Yes, I suppose so. Still, I can't help but worry at the state we'd be in if that was somehow true. If there were no power guiding us in this life and shepherding us to the next.
I'm sure we'd find our way on our own.
I hope you're right.
So you've made peace with Isamir? What's that like? Relaxing, more so than I expected. As contentious as she is, I imagined that letting her in would merely unleash the torrent. But now that I'm not fighting her, it seems she isn't fighting me. He sighs, and you were right. I found much to learn from her. How may I be of service? Ooh. The bears.
Yeah.
Hey.
Wait, what's going on with you? Dominated. What that happened?
Following your lead. Let's go.
That's it!
Good.
That's not very helpful.
Following your lead.
You're not getting through me.
Settle.
All right then.
Slow and silent.
A winding stair hugs the side, providing an impressive view as you work your way higher and higher. Not too far along the path, however, you find your progress interrupted. A large boulder appears to have fallen onto the road from somewhere up above, and it now sits squarely in your way. Examine the area. The boulder is nearly flush with the cliff face, preventing you from passing by on that side. Along the edge of the cliff, however, there is a narrow space just wide enough to follow across to the other side. The boulder's landing has crushed the steps beneath it, however. Push the boulder out of the way. We will clear the way, dear. The deer heaves at the boulder, and after a few difficult moments, it starts sliding and rolling haltingly across the cracked steps, then plunges over the side and away. You hear the echoing clatter of the rocks tumbling down the side of the cliff. The sound seems to stir something overhead. A shadow crosses the path, quick as lightning, and vanishes before you can catch a glimpse of what has cast it, though you do see the rapidly growing silhouettes of several more rocks flung down at you from above. Scrambling to action, the party ducks under a small, rocky protrusion along the cliff face. The Sikani stumbles and is left just short of shelter. A sudden hailstorm of fist-sized rocks and scattered debris rains down upon them. Battered and bruised, Sikani leaps the final distance to safety. After a short while, the thundering rumble of falling stones fade away. Your ordeal past, you continue your climb, and the rest of the journey proceeds without incident. At last, you find yourself at the base of a final twisting set of steps, above which you can see the towering pillars of Hylia's nest. Temple.
Keeping quiet.
And now the fun begins.
As you reach the summit of the mountain, a gust of wind stirs the air. You hear a noise like the snapping of sails, and the sky is briefly blotted out. The dragon lands before you, shaking the ground beneath your feet. It draws itself up to its full height and spreads its wings, barring your passage. Its neck, its back, and the ridge of its spine are covered with magnificent plumage. It hisses at you, and while the sound is unlike any language you've ever heard, the beast's meaning is utterly clear.
Vermin invading my nest, threatening my hatchling. You shall feed my young.
A small worm crouches in the corner of the temple behind the dragon. Have young here?
I will protect my last hatchling to the death. And that death will be yours, rodent.
Hylia is the goddess of motherhood, actually.
And of the sky and all winged creatures. Even my kind know of her.
Is that why you came here?
I came to care for my remaining hatchling. My kind requires territory. Few places are safe for our young. This is a lesson that cost me the rest of my brood.
Then you should stay raising your offspring here with honor, Hylia.
So be it. Go then, and with my thanks.
You've been unlocked all upgrades and strong.
The figurine. It's glowing.
Yeah. Hey.
I'm upon a clearing and see a group of Glenfathans standing in a circle. Pagani glances from the Adra statuette to the hunters, looking for a connection. Meanwhile, the hunters turn and notice you, their bows drawn. Take it easy, we're just looking for someone.
What business does an Estremor have with the fangs?
They step aside and turn to you, and as they do, you see something on the ground behind them. Lying amidst the ferns is a white stag. Dark blood mars its brilliant coat, and its sides tremble with quick, shallow breaths. You feel a presence in the beast, something ancient and familiar before you can speak. Something thumps to the ground. You look down and see the Adra bear, its bright glow flickering.
Arc shadow.
Pagani draws up beside you, her wide eyes fixed on the dying stag. Oh, the stag must be her sog. Adir realizes what he's seeing and he covers his mouth. Sorry, Sagani. One of the hunters takes a step forward, and Sagani raises her bow, an arrow knocked.
Any closer and you'll bleed out next to him.
Her voice is low and tremulous.
I never thought I'd prepared myself to meet a stranger. To share the honor and history of my village with someone who had no knowledge of us. Even someone who'd scorn our way of life.
So you're just going to watch him die?
I was going to tell him about the years of abundance in Masuk. How his granddaughters have hunted caribou, and his grandsons made our walls strong. But he'll be gone in minutes.
Remind him of his impact on Suk. He kneels by the fallen stag. Placing her hand on its head, she begins speaking. Tells Persak of prosperous decades, of the grain trade that he has sustained them through long winters. She recites the stories told about him and speaks of the new elders who have followed in his footsteps. The stag takes a final shuddering breath and falls still.
If you've finished your chanting, we need to get to work before the meat spoils.
Have you no respect? A great soul inhabited this body.
He takes the lusterless Adra figurine.
And it's gone now. What's left is our kill.
Watch in silence.
Coming from people who revere stones and long-dead Audra.
She slanders the builders.
Let's all stay calm. There's no need to argue.
You Estromoran are full of useless talk.
Yikes.
Hi. Hey, leave it to me.
All right then. Hey.
What the heck?
Of course.
Following your lead.
Hey.
dark runes cast light in dark places.
Hey. Hey.
You kneel. While you pray, you feel the space around your body shift and melt, and you find yourself in a vision of the mountaintop temple. Yet you see neither worshippers nor a dragon, but a tree. Its limbs wrap around the perimeter of the temple, tapering into twigs and branches of all sizes and angles. They seem too long and too numerous to be held up by the meager trunk, but they hold steady in the breeze. A single sparrow lands on the nearest branch. It watches you. Whistle to the bird. You whistle the first tune that pops into your head. The sparrow blinks its beady eyes and hops closer to you along the branch. It bobs its tiny head and opens its beak, and the rich, thrilling melody that spills forth is the song of a chorus of birds. A massive flock descends from with a thundering of wings and whooping, reaching chirping calls. They fill the boughs of the tree by the thousands, birds of every shape, size, and color nestling next to one another. Hana gazes up in astonishment. Birds from every corner of the world. Look, I see some Rautai razorbills. A breeze ripples through the air. The limbs sway, creaking with a strange, gentle rhythm. A few hundred of the birds flit from their branches, forming a brilliantly variegated flock in front of the tree. As they meet and swoop in unison, you catch a glimpse of someone looking back at you, cloaked by the flurry of feathers. Look there, the mantle of feathers. We are in the court of birds, and there stands the Sky Mother.
You journeyed to my temple and found the dragon. Yet instead of driving it off, you allowed it to stay. The songs of my faithful will never again fill the nest, and the beast and her young will slaughter many to feed their hunger.
Dragons, like your birds, are creatures of the skies. Every life bears a cost.
Yes, and each should create wonders of commensurate value. What does a dragon create?
Beauty, great and powerful and colorful, they are a marvel to behold.
Their might inspires countless songs and tales, and the span of their wings fills canvases across Aora. And you are one whose soul is filled with the same passionate energy. Indeed, you are the right person to end this tragedy.
I'm listening. The birds return to the tree and nestle among their peers. The breeze ripples through the branches again, carrying the goddess's voice.
You must stop Theos, and you must undo the tragedy he has wrought.
Birds all over the tree begin to chirp and sing, and in the rise and fall of their voices, Alia speaks. Theos acts but is moved by another. The exiled queen whispers in his ear, urges him to rob the living and the unborn of their souls for her benefit, and he has obeyed. A hawk shifts on its perch, she will consume them, grow powerful while 1,000 empty children are born. But there is still time to reverse this tragedy. Why would Vodka do this? A pair of eagles shriek, because she prizes authority over mercy, laws over kith. She values the souls of mortals, not for the beauty they create, but for what they can add to her power. The wind blows cold. She fears animancy. She believes that mortals may use it to usurp the god's power, her power. She cares nothing for the innovation of kith, and how could she? She gives commands, not inspiration. So animancy truly is that powerful? Kana looks thoughtful. I've always respected the commands of our Rangar Nui and the Keepers, but that is because they inspire respect. Between command and inspiration lies progress. It sounds like Theos has collaborated with her for a long time. You know already that he has lived many lives, and each it has been her voice in his ear, guiding him to serve her ambitions, urging him to protect her interests. Love's expression falls. This is what the laden key has been for centuries. The melody of the birds grow mournful, and each of his lives has been one stanza after another in a song of devotion to the Oathbinder. How could I return things to the way they were? The birds suddenly fall silent, watching you. The voice on the wind returns. Guide the trapped souls back to the bodies they were stolen from, hollow-born children whose eyes have never seen the sun. You could restore them, give their families hymns of joy after years of lament. The breeze tickles your ear. Peace and restoration give purpose to suffering. There is no meaning, no redemption in pain that does not lead to fulfillment. Symmetry demands that great rejoicing follow suffering such as this. Thank you, Halia. I will continue to Sun and Shadow.
When you reach the burial isle, you will find souls there that I have granted reprieve for their sins. I give these to you, for only they can bear you to safety on your journey down. And when you face Theos and the rotting fruits of his endeavors, remember the conversation we have had. In that moment, you will have power rivaling a god's. And after it, you will live in the world that you have chosen.
Continue.
Choose Restoration, Watcher. Return the souls to the bodies they were stolen from. Swear to me that you will do this, and I shall give you power to make even Woodica quake. I can be merciful and terrible, Watcher.
Great wings dark against the sun unfold behind a tree, casting a blinding shadow across the temple for the briefest of moments. I can be merciful and terrible one. I swear to return their souls to the hollow-born children of the Deerwood. I shall remember. The dark wings snap shut and the tiny sparrow flits to your shoulder. It tilts its head back and opens its beak, and the song that spills forth is like nothing you've ever heard. Melodies, at once mournful and beautiful, entrance you. The world becomes a place of pure color and sound. Each perfect moment follows the next like the lines of a poem or the bar of a song. Release Char was granted Alia's boon. You awaken as if from a dream, standing in Ter Evron, Alia's song and the power of her blessing follows you still. What does it do? What does it do exactly? Alia's boon. +1 perception, +1 lore. Okay then. Oh. Talk to Durance about Wodaka.
What is it, Watcher?
Does what we learned about Wodaka trouble you?
It stinks of her. It is justice, but if her greater purpose was to think Margaret would fall prey to such deceit. And Aethys. Widewin had always claimed to be invading Deerwood to free it. What if it were true? What if he had come to stop Woodaka's plot before it began?
The plot thickens.
Surely Aethys earned his death at Godhammer Citadel, but not for those reasons. Not to keep him silent. If such a thing has brought about this chaos...
Durance tilts his head as if listening to an inner voice, then he frowns, the frown deepening as he speaks.
Must we always be tools of gods? If Woodaka and Margrin, if they are the cause of this, the Hollowborn, if the purges were never necessary, if Aethys was fighting back...
It's a lot to take in.
No, it is not. I am glad to have walked this far with you, seen this truth. Perhaps it was what I was meant to see. With a watcher's eyes. All these dances of words and intrigues. Machines of men, twisted, ripping the souls of children, and by the gods, the goddess of justice. If I could end her like Aethys, Margrin burned her once. One can do so again. Woodaka, she must answer to her own justice.
Justice or revenge?
Anyone with a shred of spirit seeks both justice and punishment. It burns in the heart of anyone who lives. All seek it. If the world does not balance, we all drown in the oceans. And the gods would not care. Margrin, she must be redeemed. And punishing Woodaka, that will serve.
Do we know that Margrin was not a willing accomplice?
Is this some final joke at my expense? To test my faith further? And why would you think that, Watcher?
The others who made the Godhammer, they all died, didn't they? That's why I saw their symbols fade from your staff.
If all you have are questions, then I have enough of those. She is a bitch of a goddess, to be sure. But even a whore only goes so far in crossing those she serves.
You said you left Ashfall without telling anyone of your departure.
You answer a question with a question. Then why did I feel her disappointment at Halgot? Why were we shamed?
Where's Halgod again? I forgot. Oh, it's when the godhammer fell. Because I think she tried to kill you, dear.
Kill me? She is a goddess. I still drink from her burning breasts, Watcher. If she wished me dead, she could trace me to my source and kill me.
In the dream of the godhammer, your spirit looked blurred and distinct in the light, as if it had been sheared from you. Durance stares at you, his expression frozen, but he's silent, listening. If you had been damaged, as I saw in the godhammer vision, then she may be unable to see you as you once were. Durance turns from you for a moment, his face twists in thought, conflicting emotions running across his features. Finally, he turns to you, his face steady.
There's no proof, Watcher. I was a fool to think you could help me see any farther than I could.
If you don't trust me, then trust your staff. Admit that the other godhammer's builders are dead. Durance turns to the staff, and for a moment, you see his eyes burning, taking in the edges of the wood, the symbols inlaid there, the 11 faded circles.
They died in the blast, yes. The other 11. I was the only one to walk away. I thought we had wronged our goddess. That this was my trial, and if I could prove myself worthy of her! I should have known better. There is only one God of redemption, and I saw him ended.
As he studies the staff, you feel a wave of heat, a terrible energy rolling forth from it in waves, so much so it feels as if the godhammer itself is alive in his hands. Then past it you hear a cry, like a child being born, and your eyes feel the flash of white, then 100 imagined shades of purple and white, streaming and circling into the howling of a storm, and beneath it the grinding of ancient machines of stone, rock, and metal, grinding and turning until all around you feels as if it's burning, sinking into the shadows of the earth, beneath the ground, the only place where a spirit might find refuge. Oh, dang. When your vision clears, you see Durance, his hands clutching the staff, and his eyes are bright burning red. Atop the staff, the flame burns cleanly, brightly. As his gaze burns, he rips his gaze away and howls, a bellowing horrid howl, like a wounded animal, and sweat pours down his brow. Durance, we can make this right.
To think I served her, I followed her. Now I shall serve no one. Woodika's lies must be answered. And now it seems I must take fire and war from a goddess's false claim as well. I still take from her strength as I did, for as long as it lasts. For I shall not cast her aside yet, until I have drained her dry and had my fill, just as she intended for me. For I have learned one of the lessons of the faithful. The faithful may wound a goddess greater than any enemy. A purification is coming, and this fire shall consume them both.
Let's continue on.
All right, then.
Stop right there.
Okay.
You're in the wrong city, Inquisitor. Did you think you wouldn't be recognized here in your old home? I've seen your trials with my own eyes.
I have seen you light pyres with good people tied to them, people I'd known many a year. He seizes you by the throat, and your airway tightens. Whether real or imagined, you cannot tell. They deserve your confession. He raises the point of his sword, holding it a hair's breadth from your eye.
Thuros, what are you doing?
Startled, the soldier releases you immediately and turns to face the speaker. The woman in a plain wool tunic, a head shorter than he, but somehow seeming to tower over him. You have seen this woman's face before, from afar, bloodied and burned as she lay stretched across an iron wheel. At the moment, it is marked only was concerned.
An assassin sent by the Inquisition, my lady, daring to approach our camp.
If he is so poor an assassin as to approach an armed guard in daylight, I should have nothing to fear. I would hear what this man has to say. She stares him down until he can no longer face her. He turns away, sour-faced, watching you through sidelong glances, his knuckles white around the pommel of his sword.
Surely this is some trick of my mind. I did not expect to see you again.
Brennan, Visitor Thios ex Aknon, dispatched me here to spy on you. Evora doesn't blink. Are things as desperate as that over there? I'd never have known. I hope your next assignment is more stimulating. Listening to my lectures is dull work for a spy. I hope there might be another reason, but you are here and that is good enough on its own. Whatever your reasons, I've missed you over all these years. Having you here now, at a time when I'm surrounded by strangers, is a wonderful gift.
I would like for you to stay here, in our camp, as my guest.
My lady Ivara, I beg of you. This is an Inquisitor. This is a desperate attempt on your life. The only way it can succeed is if you allow it to.
This is a missionary, same as I was. Taught the wrong things as I was. If I can't have faith in one man's ability to reason, once he knows the truth, what hope do we have?
My lady, he admits being a spy.
That should make him less of a threat, wouldn't you agree? I have nothing to hide. All I see here is an opportunity to persuade someone who could help us. We have many former missionaries here. They are our most loyal, our most helpful. Many have died for us. These are not people we should be turning away. And if the Inquisition wants my life, they can have it. But they know as well as I do that my cause will not die with me. Come, we have much to talk about.
Why, she's the goddess of...
Aye, and in the screams of child.
This is true.
Good, I screwed up. Oh. Thanks.
Subtle.
Builder's wisdom to you. Many blessings, traveler.
Oh, this is an entrance.
Arinci has no right to defend that cowering cat in the back of the mall.
Then track her down and tell her yourself. Kareth, this is no place for sightseeing, even for you. The beasts of Galawain's Maw are dangerous, and now more than ever. They won't fight. It is not Galawain's way, and it is not the way of the Maw. Yes, a den of beasts sacred to the Lord of the Hunt himself. Historically, the greatest predator of Air Glanfath has claimed the back of the Maw as its lair. Lately, however, there's been some dispute as to who should occupy that position. And it's leading to discord among our hunters.
Hey.
Come to see the great Oernos, Estremor? He's out for a hunt, but he'll be back. Unlike that lioness, he doesn't stay cooped up in here for long.
Why can't Noah go and fight the lioness?
Because she holes up at the back of the maw, surrounded by her pride and the natural hazards of this place. It's not the proper way to meet a challenger. She's got to come out and face Oernos to keep her claim. Anyway, her prime is past. Putting that old beast down would be a mercy at this point.
What are you doing here?
We wait for the big confrontation, but the wait grows exhausting. While Sul hides in the back of the maw, Oernos is denied his victory, and we're all denied the champion we deserve.
Margaren's fire casts light in dark places.
The remains of a broken bridge, long collapsed, lead to a deep chasm. The other side of the bridge pierces through the mist at the far end of the chasm, laying precariously over the steep wall. Examine the area. The broken stones of the bridge, weathered after centuries of disrepair, are scattered along the edge and side of the chasm. A thin mist rises from below. The stones are coated with slick green moss, making them impossible to grip safely. The wooden beams lodged between the stones on either side of the bridge seem sturdy enough to support your weight, however. The remains of a broken bridge. Toss your rope and grappling hook across the chasm. You aim for the wooden beam on the opposite side of the bridge and hurl your grappling hook across the chasm. It strikes the bridge with a solid thunk. The hook snags firmly, digging into the wood as you pull. The rope tightens, taut and secure. You tie the free end of the rope to the wooden beam next to you. Your rope stretches across the chasm. The rope tenses and vibrates as you move forward, gripping the line, reverberating throughout the underground cave. The creaks of the wooden beams mark your every effort. You keep your progress slow and steady. The crossing is strenuous, particularly as the rope's shaking grows more intense. Elof's breathing grows labored, and Sigani begins to slow. At last, your effort brings you back over solid ground, and you reach the other side. Oh, what the heck? Why does the lion have a sword?
Could use a wee kip. Hey.
Oh gosh, traps.
I'll take a look.
The work of a moment.
Careful. Oh, what the heck? That's a lot of lions. Attacking.
Not getting through me. Hey.
I'm on the trail.
Oh my goodness, what the heck is that?
Yes. The work of a moment.
Hey.
Disappointment.
course.
You might find this interesting.
Oh, thank goodness.
The work of a moment. You might find this interesting.
With their blood freeze in their veins.
Tread carefully, Estremor.
It must be Bethwell's new Estremor. Ruth, when I heard she'd let another in, I almost went to the passage of the six myself to share words. He points the flint spearhead at you. Have other foreigners come this way recently? Bethel is looking out for twin elms in her own way. Soft words accomplish little, yet they fill the mouths of Estremor. I sent my own sister, one of my finest scouts, to sniff out the pale elves' corruption. I was certain that Namath Fatha could not ignore the defilement in Noonfrost once Alba's own eyes had seen it, but she still hasn't returned. He looks away. Now I bear the responsibility for her fate, and I can't send the fangs after her without openly defying the Namath. I could look for Alwa. He gives you a guarded look. I don't dare to hope. Whatever catastrophe has befallen Noonfrost does not feel like the work of Kith, but nothing would bring me greater joy than seeing her again. She glances at the sand and frowns. I would take any assistance you can give.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
Oh, we're back here.
This is Sul's domain, Estremor. She shall not leave it for Awarenos or any other challenger.
An elven woman intercepts you as you advance into the lair. Behind her is the largest lioness you have ever seen, a sleek beast with fangs as long as carving knives. The woman blocks your path to the lioness, seemingly at ease around the monster. Why does Sul refuse to face Eranos?
Awarenos is welcome to confront her here, as many challengers have in the past. What the Bear's supporters want is for Sul to leave her lair and fight in the open, where he has an advantage. But why should she? If Sul has an advantage here, it's one she's earned. Would anyone expect to blunt the Bear's claws in order to even the odds? The Lord of the Hunt gives unique advantages to each. It's not for us to decide that some of them are worth less than others.
The lioness gives a low growl and C smiles. Also, Sol has recently given birth to cubs. They're small now, but when they grow, they'll be mightier than either Sol or Eranos. But if Sol is killed in combat, that bear will tear her young to shreds. Such is the way of the wild. Her legacy is too valuable to perish this way. If we truly want the mightiest of beasts in the law, then her cubs must grow to maturity. What are you doing here with Sol?
Defending the rightful champion of Galawain's Maw. Oernos' supporters would have her ousted in favor of a bear that isn't strong enough to come and seize this territory on his own.
I'll deal with Eranos.
Good. That bear isn't nearly as strong as Einden and his followers think. If someone were to prove just how easily that bear can be killed, that would cure everyone of their delusions about it.
That's a giant bear.
Hey.
The thorny vines are twisted together, forming a wall. They quiver and begin to part as you draw near past through the vines. As you walk forward, the vines shift and their thorns retract, providing you with a clear and safe pathway through. You emerge unscathed on the other side.
I wonder what this is.
It's a trap.
What do you suppose that bally thing is?
Keeping an eye out. I wonder what this is.
Shoot bear. And then sighs, spinning his axe by the shaft. Too much waiting, something's got to happen soon. Eranos isn't the rightful champion.
If you stand on the side of that toothless old bag of bones, then you stand in my way.
Actually, I'm going to reconsider this.
If you stand on the side of that toothless old bag of bones, then you stand in my way. If you stand on the side of that...
Slow it down. Fancy, huh? What's going on? Scared? Why are you standing over there? Oh, you're that duplicate. The heck is that? I'm scared.
Doing the job.
Lavaru, Dion.
Helpful?
Arthur, Werther.
Hey.
Feels like I've been tossed around in a snowstorm.
Of course.
It's up here.
Still looking around? Watch your step. Tempers run hot around here, and not just...
Any news of the bear? I thought that was Eranos.
You chose well. Sool's cubs will grow up to be quick and fierce, and so will the Fangs if we follow their example. Thank you for resolving this, Estremord.
Still looking around? Watch your step. Tempers run hot around here, and not just among the animals.
If that was the situation between Saul and Eranos. and Soul remains champion. Many of the Fangs are gladdened to see her stay. Perhaps it's Gallowayne's way of telling us to remember our roots, comprising our cunning as hunters. Thank you for your help, Carter. May Gallowayne guide your path. Like this was our thanks. He seems to suddenly remember something. You might visit Tier Evron to pray to the Lord of the Hunt. He sometimes grants special favors for those who prove themselves. Reputation's still too low. No further.
I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment. I'll have it in no time.
Oh, what the heck?
A campfire would be good.
Margaren's fire casts light in dark places.
You should see this.
Yes?
Hey.
The young Orlin scrambles on the stone floor, pressing her back against the wall and baring her teeth at you. Her fur is patchy and matted. As you step into the room, she squints and turns her large ears toward you. A heavy sigh escapes her tiny body. Please take me. My eyes mistook you for one of them. Please get me out of here. What happened to you? When noon frost began freezing the lake, my sister Lara sent me to seek out the cause. She scowls at the dingy room. The pale elf Astrum wind fleeced me before I could report back. These pale elves are behind it. They showed up in Twin Elms long ago, saying they wanted to see to the upkeep of Noonfrost. I don't know how, but they opened the frost moon breach at the back of the temple sucks warmth and life straight into their frozen god's barren domain, she shivers. They've got to be stopped. It's only a matter of time before the code spreads further. Tell me about the people that captured you. She snarls, her pointed teeth flashing. A clan of pale elves from the white that wends, devotees of Remgrand, or so they claim. Their actions suggest utter intent. They've come ready to fight wizards, priests, and paladins. A wizard named Glashfell leads them, a man obsessed with the frost-hewn breach. My ears hear him through the wall, casting spells and calling upon strange powers. I don't know what he wants with it, but no good can come of it. Can you tell me anything about the frost-hewn breach? She shakes her head. Not really. Something to do with Grimgrand, the beast of winter. I follow Galloway myself. It isn't safe yet. Wait here until I clear the path. He eyes the door longingly and shivers again. Please hurry.
Margaren's fire casts light in dark places.
What the heck?
Perhaps a little rest is in order.
Whoa, what the heck? Where did these guys come from?
That's not very helpful.
Not even slowing your time.
Can't get a good shot at this. Can't get a good shot at this.
Hey.
Let's not have any more incidents like this one.
I'll see what I can do. The work of a moment.
Like, it's too many. It's too many of them. confused. Hate her. Oh, I'm also. Voice. Prayer against bewilderment. Still confused.
Can't get a good shot with. This.
Lavaru Neon Sneak Attack!
Dang, Aether is doing work.
Let's go.
Let's go. Hey.
Feels like I've been tossed around in a snowstorm.
All right then.
Slow and silent.
As you near the platform, the temperature drops sharply. Something saps every last bit of warmth from the air, leaving the breath of your lungs cold as it escapes your lips. You see a doorway filled with glowing ice. Silhouetted against it is an elven man, his arms outstretched.
What have you done? This useless slaughter, Please, just let me finish what we came here to do.
What's going on here? We're reaching out to Rimgrod, the last way we know how. He turns back to the frozen ark. Please, I must concentrate. Release your captive, Alva. Basval tugs on his beard. She would bring the fangs down upon us. She can't leave, not until our business here is done. Trust me, they'll certainly come if you keep her here. The pale elf sorcerer stares at you without blinking. I see your point. I'll see that the rest of my clan lets you and the clan Fathens leave in peace. I'll go then. Please, I've got to get out of here. I haven't eaten more than a mouthful of ice in days. I'm convinced the pale elves to let me go. She flicks an ear. Those savages here reason? You must be smooth-tongued indeed. She scrambles for the exit. At the door, she glances back at you. Thank you, Estramar. And be careful, she melts into the shadows. Laura Lane stands under the open sky, taking deep breaths of fresh air. Feels like I've been reborn. He stomps you on the shoulder. Come by the mall sometime. The rest of the fangs will want to meet the cunning Estramar who freed me. Oops, wrong way. What purpose brings you here? I found lava. The breath catches in her throat. Your own eyes have seen her. I freed her from noon frost. She's just enjoying the fresh air before she returns. She releases a gasp of relief. You've accomplished a great service for the fangs and for me. Lara takes another deep breath. I was wrong about you, Estramar. I did not see you truly. Please accept a gift worthy of your honor and skill. Lara waves at you, a broad smile on her thin mouth. Her fur is sleek and glossy now, and there's a mischievous twinkle in her eye. Good to see you again. How are you? Oh, and well, thanks to you. Not that Lara's given me a chance to rest. She eyes another Orlin woman. My sister makes me earn my keep around here. You spent long enough stuck in that frozen cell, didn't you? Your limbs need exercise now. Teach me what you know. He laughs. As long as you can keep up. Place chair was granted Blooded Hunter. What is that supposed to mean? +1 damage reduction.
Estremor.
Oops. Oops. Meat and milk. Always nice. I need to look up something. What scales of the Raven?
Hey.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
I must gather my party before venturing forth.
it!
Feels like I've been tossed around in a snowstorm.
Oh, is this where the baby is? Or what? Cheese. I'd rather take a cheese than baby. Should I take Vela? I don't think I should take Vela. I should probably rest at an inn.
Hello!
Have a moment to talk? A deer in the middle of Air Glonfoth. But I'm glad I can bring this success back to Masuk. And perhaps Persak will return to us one day because of it.
I'm certain he will.
To be honest, the biggest relief is knowing that my journey was worthwhile. That finding Persak and carrying our village's story to him will strengthen our community and return his soul to us. I'm looking forward to being back in Masuk among my family and my people. But more than anything, I'm glad to finally understand the purpose behind these last 5 years. What do you think? Do you feel as though you understand the purpose behind your hunt for Theos?
I need to fix the evil he's perpetrated on the Deerwood.
That would bring hope to many people, Watcher. I hope you're able to accomplish it. Anyway, Theos isn't getting any closer. I suppose we'd best keep after him.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
I must gather my party before venturing forth.
Hey.
Deer and Durance, of course.
Hey. 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 Hey.
Is she still there?
What brings you here?
What brings you here?
I forgot what I chose.
All right, then.
What brings you here?
Hey.
I don't know what to do. I think I failed this mission. Friend or foe, the man in blood-soaked armor points his blade at you as his wounded and weary comrades flock into positions behind him. A trickle of blood runs from a cut on his brow down to his neck, staining a locket worn on a gold chain you're not Glenfathan. He tightens the grip on the sword. By Margaret, friend or foe, I said. Come down, I'm a friend. Sword still pointing on you, the man gives a sideways glance to his companions and nods. The mercenaries lower their weapons. By the flame, the hero of Defiance Bay, a rare and welcome sight, friends this far from home. He lets the weight of his sword lower his arm. me try something.
Of course. Hey.
How about I just give him the money? Can I do that?
Welcome.
Quickly grab Renato's hands before it strikes. Reach out with blinding speed, catching Renato's hand mid-flight, stopping his blow before it strikes. Tries in vain to free himself from your grasp. Oh, what the heck? What have I done? I don't like this outcome. That's not worth it. I'll just have to continue.
All right then.
That is all for this stream. Thank you all for watching.